Hi everyone. Welcome to Monday night. I know it's normally ghost trick time, but I have a deadline on this painting because I'm entering it into a show. So we are going to have a Monday night painting time. I just cleaned off my palette. Renee says, but we have painting to do. We sure do have painting to do. We'll be back to Ghost Trick again. I'm gonna finish Ghost Trick. I hear I'm a little over halfway. So we're gonna paint. And I was going to paint this morning, like at 11 a.m. But I said that and then I forgot I had an appointment because my appointment got moved. So then I had an appointment. So I need to pull my hair back a little bit because it's barely long enough, and I probably should have done this. Dieter's very excited for your next game. Yeah, I can say what that is. My next game, once I finish Ghost Trick, is going to be Ghost of Yote, which already came out, and I've been trying to not hear anything about it. And the only thing I've heard about it is that it is great, so I am excited about it. Ghost after Ghost? Yeah, we're going to do 2 Ghost games back to back. Alright, this is like not great, but it's fine. I also have like hair everywhere. The music is really good too? Okay. I'll take that spoiler, Renee. Alright, so we're working on this painting, which I need to figure out a name for it. I also... Can I reach it? Can't reach exactly it, but this is one. Why these come in a 3-pack when you normally need 2 is beyond me. Why is it not an even number? I have to wire this for the show. So I went out and I bought D-ring hangers. So once it's done, probably before I varnish it, I'll put a wire on the back of it. So oh my gosh. So we'll put these on it. And then we'll do a wire. Guess so you have a spare? Maybe, but like they're pretty sturdy. Like why would you need a spare? Anyway, I bought like a multi-pack, so the multi-pack had more than just one. Oh, there we go. I can reach it. It's a 14-pack. So now I have a lot, and I can hang more paintings. And I bought more wire. So if you weren't here on Friday, the story behind this painting is a friend of mine that works for the cycling nonprofit in Raleigh was like, hey, we're doing an art show. You want to submit something? And I was like, that's a tight deadline. I don't really have anything bike themed offhand to do. And she's like, that's okay. I kind of forgot to mention it. And I was like, cool, that's fine. And I was like, I thought on it and I thought on it and I was like, I should enter something. So here we are. I thought on it and then Thursday last week, I was like, I should really do something. And then I went out and did a bike ride that night. And I was talking to Chaz and I was like, Chaz, I hate all my reference images. I guess I need to go for a bike ride. Anyway, it's golden hour and I'm gonna go for a bike ride. And he's like, oh no, that thing you hate doing, going for a bike ride. So went and took like 100 photos. And I took a really cool one in the state park of, it's my front tire right here where like the center hub is right in front of where the sun was. And I was like, oh, that turned out pretty cool. I should have done it with the back tire and I didn't. But I did take other photos of my back tire. So we're just going to make it happen because the angle is right. And we're gonna put the back tire here instead because then we get like the group set. So it has like the back geared cassette and then like the derailleur, which is way more exciting, and we get like the chain and stuff. Photoshop with your mind. I did Photoshop it because I cut out my bike from the other photo and then overlaid it so I could at least see it. So we're forcing it. Anyway, I'm sure most of you only show up on Monday nights when I'm playing video games, so welcome to a painting stream. It's chill. I work, we talk a little bit, people ask questions. That's how it goes. So we have a few alerts to read. We have a 29-month resub from Tokunewt, 31 months from Lugia6, 31 from Harumi Kindle, 31 from Jamie2286, 23 from Super Yoshi 7, 31 from Zelda Master 702, 31 from Aldo512, and a subscription from Luigi Gal 64. Welcome in. Normally Monday nights are gaming streams. It's just gonna be a little bit different this week because this has a deadline. Yeah, I did expect Ghost Trick today. I mean, before I remembered on Saturday that I had an appointment during the time I said I was going to paint on Monday, I expected Ghost Trick tonight too. All right, iPad. We are rotated. Someone could put this in the art queue, but I can also just kind of hold it up. This is my reference image I took of my tire. Oh, it's kind of fun right in front of it. So that's what we're painting, but we're just going to turn it into the back tire. Which, like I said, I did a bad Photoshop of, just so I could see it and see if the angle worked, and I was like, yeah, that works. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to draw it. And unfortunately, it requires perfect circles. And I think my compass is downstairs. Shoot. Hey, Steven, could you go get my compass? Could you go get my compass from the kitchen island, please? Did it have to be bike themed or just wanted to because bike friend? The show paperwork was like, we'd like it to be bike themed. If it's not and we have space, we might include it. So I decided to make it bike themed. I was busy sketching. I talked about painting on those bike mud flaps. And I needed my compasses for that, and I was doing that downstairs. All right, he'll be a few minutes, so I'm gonna lightly sketch anyway, because I'll need to do that. Because I want to see like how big I should make it. So in my photo, if the sun is like here, and that's kind of where we want to center things, we get the back tire like here. So whatever this radius is about how big the outside of the tire is going to be. We're never gonna see this line. Not really. Here. Here to there. All right, so that's kind of our circle, and boy, is that bigger than I expected it to be. Just add in a little sign in the path that says bikes are cool. Bikes are cool, thank you. Support bike infrastructure. All right, so if our tire is here, oh, that's not a great circle. I can draw a better circle than that. Anyway, so we have that, and then we have like the tire tread. And then we have the sidewalls, which on my bike are brown. And then we have the rim. And then if this is the center, we're going to have the cassette, which is quite large on my bike because it's a 1x12? 13? I forget how many gears. And so then we have kind of a point. So on the photo I have of the back tire of my bike, I have the back pedal sitting here, or the front pedal sitting here, this direction. I don't know if I love that. Can we see that sketch enough on here? Particularly, here's the front crank. And then this is like the derailleur. So you can kind of see it. I'm just trying to decide if I like that placement and that size. And I think the answer is yes. So I think we're gonna go with that. I say yes to the sketch. I'll probably need to find a better, lighter photo of my bike because this one I took the same day and it's very much in shadow, so it's very dark. All right, how big does this tire need to be? Seems I've also taken my ruler downstairs. We have 3 31-month resubs from Sherlock913, Lunagazer806, and Snowy Sitaru. All 3 of you hit 31. Alright, this is center finding ruler, so it works slightly differently. 4 and an 1/8. Let me write that down. 4 and an 1/8. 4 and 1/8 is the radius. Yeah, crazy almost 3 years. Isn't that wild? Anyway, I don't know exactly how long he's going to be. So my option is go get it myself. Because I really should start with the wheel for sketching. We started out in the first Raleigh house. Did I stream there? Did I stream in that house? Or did I stream when you did some cooking there? Okay. I was trying to think of how the studio was laid out, and I was like, I don't remember streaming in that studio. But yeah, we did do streaming for cooking there. Before Whistly. Oh, that oven. The oven in that house I liked. It wasn't wired correctly, but I liked that oven. A life before Whistly, and now we have after Whistly. And this oven is super quiet. What is up with this brush? There's like a weird wood piece in this. Like, I don't know if you can see it. Like it sticks up. Interesting. Wonder why they did that. All right, I think I'm going to run downstairs and get my compass. Because I need it, and I don't know how long Steven's going to be. First stream was white chicken chili. I just made that. I made that last week Sunday after Extra Life. We did a movie night, and I made beef chili and then white chicken chili. Beat him to it. All right. Well, I'll be... Okay. Chair makes. Okay, so I'm gonna put a dot right where this is because it will be covered up. And that's okay. I've also learned these are both of my compasses. I don't like either of them. Like, there's too much flex, and I don't like either of them at all. Where's my sharpener? There it is. And then we have to figure out where 4 1/8 is on this one. 5. Because it's kind of worn off. 3, 4, 5, 4. So I have to kind of like count because it tells me which one of these holes are like the dimensions I need. So if that is 4 and that is 4 1/4, so that should be 1/8 is that one. We'll do a test, even though I also don't have my sketchbook. And when you have 2 compasses and like neither, buy more. I haven't found anything I love, that's the problem. I just think all the compasses are bad. One of the mud flaps I want to paint has a lot of circles on it, which is why these were downstairs, because I was sketching. And it wasn't making these perfect concentric circles I needed because there's too much flexibility in these compasses. So I ended up just photoshopping circles, and I'm just going to use some carbon paper to trace the ones I need for the size I need. All right, so 4 1/8 is here, and that does fit through that spot. I might do this flat, to be honest. You go there for now. That's my photoshopped version of the tire. You can tell because the bike extends over this way. This way I'm not fighting gravity. That's terrible. Do we all hate that noise? Oh, this is like the opposite of ASMR. Yeah. I can tolerate it in person fine. I just imagine that over the mic it sounds bad. I don't miss that noise. No, it's not great. There, we have a lovely circle. I can't quite see the top of it. Beautiful. I'm not going to make this perfect because I think it will look fake. So my plan is to draw the bike, fill it in solid black first, and then start to bring in some of the detail and highlights because it is quite in silhouette with the sun straight behind it. So there's things on the tires, like all of the knobby things that stick out. Like there's just like little bits of that all the way around. So my plan is just kind of freehand that. So I should work a little bit backwards. I should do the rim of the bike, and I should do the cassette, I think. And then I should sketch everything out, and then I think I should do a circle for the front crank. Gear set. Group set. That part. So I think that should be my plan. So I will have to do a few more circles. Sorry. We have a 30-month resub from Lunar Pearl and 28 months from Paint Chipper. Good evening to both of you. But we can measure first with the ruler I have set down. Is this for an art show? It is for an art show. It is not a competitive one as far as I know. If it is supposed to be a competitive one, no one told me. I need to look at this a little bit more. You're all very sweet, and it's something my grandmother would say. It's not competitive, well, you would win. Thanks, Grandma. Okay, so tires should be that big. And the sidewall should be that big. Actually, I want to make it more like that. Yeah, that should be sidewall. Now, the rim of this bike is huge, and it's caused many problems for me whenever I need to get a new tube. All right, this is 3 7/8. And this had to be a 16th. Of course it did. So we're gonna go... We're gonna split the difference on those, I think. And do... No, I can still do that. 8, 9, 10, 11 16ths. And then this one is a nice whole number, like 3 1/4, which puts the, I don't know how big that should be yet. All the circles. There's so many circles. So many circles. Considering not doing this circle and just doing these other circles and freehanding that circle. I don't know how big the cassette's going to be yet. All right, I have 2 more circles to draw. Now I have to just figure out which one of these markings is the right one. 3 11 16ths. I know a better way to figure this out. Instead of guessing, we'll just measure. Ow! Giggle line. Math. There's so much math. Which I'm glad for, because sometimes I work a little bit better that way. So what I'm doing is I drew 2 dots on my palette, and they are the distance I need. So I can just... kind of go make dots on the compass where I need to put them. So that's the 11 16ths. And then we have 3 1/4. So we have those 2 dots. Guessing is the perfect way to do things. Guys, you saw me paint the stone lantern painting. There was no guessing in that. There was only perfection and internal screaming about that. So I want to finish this bike tonight. All right, are we ready for more terrible scraping? The thing about using the compass is I have to sharpen this a lot because the holes that the pencil goes in need to be very sharp because they're very narrow. And chalk pastel does not like to be narrow because it breaks. And it gets worn down super easy. I could use the liquid marker, but if I mess up, then it's stuck forever. Can't quite see this. Okay, so that's that. Now we can start drawing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work from this back axle where I have this dot and draw in the bike and then mark it in with liquid black and then start to fill in color. So this piece goes down. And that was actually a pretty accurate line, I feel like. And then we get here where this is. And whatever this radius is, that should be what this gear is. And that feels good.
You realize that you're not connected to Ethernet, right?
Oh, I'm not? No. Why?
I mean, why?
Why am I not connected to Ethernet? Shouldn't I be? Wasn't I?
Yeah, but we've been sharing the same cable as the loft, and then at some point you took it and you moved it out of the way. Remember, you were like, "These are in the way of these curtains."
Oh, I just moved them.
Yeah, you'll need your cable back probably.
Yeah. I will.
So I was walking up here and I was like, "There's no cable leading to your room." I mean, it looks like the Wi-Fi is doing it. But,
Okay, well, you want to grab it?
yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if it'll just do it.
This stream has been fine, though. I feel like some of you would have told me if it wasn't.
Like, you seem to be doing okay. But, you know, probably better to have this.
Right on this light part. It's hard to see.
I'll plug it up and hopefully nothing explodes.
Okay.
I don't really know. Like, my assumption is that the operating system knows how to do that. Where it'll, like, seamlessly change, probably. I don't know. I'm gonna tuck this cable into the thing. Yeah, I gotta, like, wire the house, but I don't have time to do that.
think we're good? I think so. I feel like this should be closer to the tire. Maybe more here?
Also, I wanted to mention that my mom is watching you paint, and she said it's beautiful.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going back to work.
Okay, bye. I'm moving this dot. I'll need to find a wider shot of my bike because you can see more of my bike in this than I have in this photograph. Because like top of tire should be more where this comes together. Like here. Yeah, that feels right. Okay, I'm feeling like I should block this in with what I have. Do we need to bring in Rachel to model? I should have given Rachel a bath today and I didn't. But I was expecting to go for a bike ride. And I didn't. Because the person I was gonna go with was like, shoot, I walked outside to feed my chickens and the cars are gone, so I don't have a car. And I was like, oh, that's fine. We can ride later the week. Did the chickens go for a joyride? No, but that'd be great. Grand Theft Chicken. I should probably do that next line too while I'm at it. about time to replace my paint pens. Because I've been having trouble with them lately. Like, normally they get clogged and I replace the nibs on them. But like, you have to pump the tip so it like releases some of the paint. And it gets stuck. Which is what just happened. There we go. I was like, there's no ink flowing. All right, there's circles. Now I can draw the frame. I think we can say that. This piece is very narrow. All right, I just have this to do and then connect up here and then it's back to chalk. Because I have to draw in like all the spokes and like all of the back stuff for the shifting. And that's not particularly exciting or fun. Those are the parts that are going to kind of make or break this, I think. And this piece is more narrow too. This is probably the chunkiest part. All right, I need to go find a wider photo of the bike. iOS photos, wider photo of bike. All right, how does this work up here? So the way this bike works is this comes up past the seat post. Probably should be doing this in chalk. Hopefully I do not regret this. Yeah, I should do this in chalk. Before there are regrets. Okay, we're gonna leave that part alone for now. Are you dry? Yes, we can erase some of this. Not really a spokesperson? No, not really. Strictly from a bike standpoint, there's a lot of interesting things about the geometry of spokes that I know nothing about. Okay, let's go back to this part in chalk this time. So this comes up and then like kind of does this. I'm gonna bring it up even higher. And then it kind of falls into this. And then we get the top tube that way. That feels like geometrically right. Maybe the top tube needs to be just a little wider. You're only going to see the saddle way up here. I did pretty good on that straight line. Let's see how good I did on this one. Not as good. Whoops. How wide is that? 3/4? Half? What I think I should have done is probably, because this line is pretty good and straight. This one is not. Should have probably come down here. Instead I brought it there. Probably not the end of the world because there's going to be stuff there in the way. Take that back, there's not. Because that's going to sit there. Maybe. We'll leave it alone for now. Actually, I'll sketch it in because it's inside the line. And maybe it will not matter. Otherwise, that feels pretty good for the geometry of it. Now that I'm done with that, I can figure out this. So this all radiates from here. So this jockey wheel should be here. And then we have the line that goes over to this jockey wheel. And then we have the big derailleur piece. Which is very difficult to see because it is all very dark because it's all in silhouette. Probably should have drawn that closer to the axle and like started there. Yeah, didn't we just have the song? Okay, so if that sits there, the cassette needs to be like this big, which is how much? One and a half. I'm gonna still do this flat, but I'm gonna do it with the marker this time. Painting would be easier if it was a BMX bike. I drew over my line. Okay, I found it. I don't think this fits through that either. I think I do have to use chalk. After this, there's only one more circle to do. Okay. There's that part. More math. There's always more math. We have a 31-month resub from the Slick Duke. Hi. Welcome to Math Bike Hour. I gotta do this mess yet, because that'll let me put the chain on the bike. But that's a lot. So like I kind of want to start sketching in these gears, but I can also do the spokes, and that'll let me kind of wrap up most of this. This part is wet right now and this part isn't, so I think I need to do that part. So, if this is where that sits, this should start here, I think. And kind of set back to here. That is how far? 1 1/8. One more circle. Yay, one more circle. There's the front. Cool. Oh, I have a zoom button. There we go. Now we can see the bike better. So we have the seat post here, the top bar up here, the angled bar down here. We have our front gear, and then we have our back cassette back here. And then we have our derailleur here. Yeah, that's new. Those of you who haven't seen the new studio yet, Steven set that up. It's great. Okay, we can get like actual paint out now. Oh wait, spokes. We gotta do the spokes first. Then we can get actual paint out instead of the liquid. All right, I know nothing about these folks and like the patterns that they make, because there's all sorts of different ways to do them. Do I have a better photo? Search bike. Because like my red road bike has a way different spoke pattern than my gravel bike. They're incredibly different. That's a better photo. So like, they're parallel here and here, which makes them up here parallel. And then there's like an X that's parallel. I may just have to freehand this. One, two, three. So there's 6 sets that are parallel. And this ruler is almost the right width, but it's just a little bit too wide. But wait, more math. More math. We knew it was coming. Do I have something the right width that I can just trace? If not, that's fine. I can just use the ruler as intended. But if I had something the right width that I could trace all of them, that would be ideal. I don't think I do. We're gonna just have to use the ruler. Oh, don't turn. You need to be not moving. And so if it is 7/8 here and 7/8 here, and I don't have a, not compass, protractor to do the actual math on this, because it's not 90, it's in thirds. So I'm just gonna have to freehand it, I guess. So if I do that, and that, that's the exact width of a slap bracelet. So if those are the main 6, then there's 2 between each. that kind of meet here because they cross. So it looks like they meet. And I think I can freehand that just fine. And that looks right. Uh-oh. Messed up that line. Shouldn't have done that, I should have let it dry. Because now it's just smearing. We'll leave that alone for now and just work somewhere else, like over here. All right, those are spokes. Let's zoom in. Look at those spokes. Great. Now we can actually paint. There's a few little things to do. I like to put the petals on in the chain, but that can be like the last thing. So now we're going to switch to black paint. Do I have it out? I don't. Very spooky. So there's this really cool Victorian neighborhood in Raleigh called, God, what's the name of the neighborhood? Is the neighborhood called Bloodworth? That's the name of one of the streets. And it's all Victorian houses. And they decorate for Halloween. And it's really cool. It's a little bit spooky. Palette knife. There you are. Raleigh has everything. I mean, it is a capital. A state capital. I would like to live there. Yeah, I'd like to live in that neighborhood a lot. It's a really cool neighborhood. Parking sucks. It doesn't have an Egyptian theater as far as I'm aware. No, it does not have an Egyptian theater. Alright, so the problem with some of these lines I've drawn is, like, this part of the wheel, like, that's actually the tire, but then this is the hub. And I'm going to lose that line if I fill in both. So we're going to fill in just one. And I've decided that we're going to fill in the hub and not the tire, because the tire I'll be able to work on later, like while I'm letting the inside parts dry. How can a line be wrong? I just didn't like it. I feel like Raleigh has a lot more going on than St. Paul. I mean, St. Paul, Minneapolis St. Paul is cool. I really like that area. It's just cold. I would not want to live there all year. Oh, I thought the line failed a math quiz. Maybe it did. So like one of the things when I was teaching, I was telling my students is like, if you're drawing a circle and like you draw it, it's not right. It's never going to be right. It's a circle. But if you keep like going over and over and over again, somewhere in that mess of lines is the right circle. Like there will be a line right and you'll be able to see it. One of the cool things I just found out about Raleigh is there is a group doing bike maintenance classes, like how to change a flat tire, or like how to like do basic maintenance, specifically for women and like trans women. Like, I'm pretty sure the nonprofit's putting it on too, which is really cool. I just found out about it today. I think it's the same people who are doing the traffic park in like the kids traffic park, where it's like a mini street and kids can learn to like ride their bikes safely with street signs and learn the street signs. I think it's put on by the same people who did that. So who are you going with? I wouldn't mind going to one of them. I think it's in the... This is going to sound weird. The mental health facility chapel. Which is like this really cool, I'm told, I haven't seen the inside of it, like 1950s mid-century modern chapel. on the grounds of the old mental health institution in Raleigh, which they're turning into this really cool community center with all sorts of neat things. And like, it was historically a chapel, but they're doing like other things in it. And I think that's where the bike maintenance class was taking place. They're doing, apparently they're going to put some like, some of the cabins from those grounds and turn them into artist in residency locations. So they have housing to house artists in residence. Because I was talking to one of the park guys a few weeks ago. Oh, a church. What's the difference between a chapel and a church? I would say a church has a religious leader that leads it in a very specific denomination, and a chapel is just a place. Mental Health Institute Church. So, historically, a lot of the bigger cities had like mental health institutions that were state-run, and Columbia's is particularly creepy because they abandoned it for a long time and then it became apartments. And Raleigh's was also abandoned for a time. But they're working on like revamping it and revitalizing it and making it really cool. They just installed these like trolls, like these giant wooden trolls on the grounds as like an art piece. I think they just finished them this weekend. Yeah, it's Dorothea Dix City Park. Right near the state farmers market. It's also by NC State. We're making progress. Circles kind of suck to paint. The frame, though, should be easier because it's straighter lines. And I'm gonna skip the gears here for now. Part of me wishes I did do this in the liquid because it would go on smoother. I totally just painted over this line, but that's fine. That one's not as crucial to get perfect. kind of fun to see it come together, even if it's just the silhouette right now. I heard that alert. I just want to finish this line. Okay. We have a 31-month resub from Rin the Halfling. Hi. Welcome to Evening Painting Stream. There's a bicycle tire. I will have to put more stuff here on the base, like shade it so it's not like floating. But luckily I know all the colors I used on that, so that shouldn't be too difficult later. Evening painting stream sounds like the type of thing where Mel should have a glass of wine while she's painting. That's a bad idea. It's hard enough on Friday mornings when I have coffee, because by the end of the 2 hours when I've been painting, I get a little jittery, and I don't have as steady of a hand. If it's a bad idea, that means it's a great idea. Nah. Okay, we're making good progress. We're almost blocked in with this. I have a little bit more left to block in. 300 bits from Will, who says, "Are you winning, Art?" It has math. It's trying to win against me. And then this side. bike. Bike. I need a bike emote. That's more round. Okay. Now we're going to give it a few minutes and then we can add more. Probably clean off my hands. More round. There's a lot of chalk on this painting. That'll all have to like be removed later. Now I know what I could fill in while I wait on the rest of it to dry is the outside of the tire and leave kind of the sidewalls till last. That will be next while we wait on this to dry. Hashtag more round. That's already been 2 hours, dang. I thought I'd be like way further than this. The knobbly bits? Yes. That's better. Okay. A lot of it is dry, but not enough. Gremlin hour stream. Oh, I can't do that. Tomorrow's Tuesday. I mean, there's time this week. I could go live at random hours and paint. Could. Not 3 a.m. I'm not doing that to my sleep schedule, Sappy. Can I put my hand here? Yeah. So approximately like this much of the tire gets filled in. And then the part I'm not filling in is the sidewall, and that's brown. All right, so that's sidewall. That's that part. And then that is way too wet to do much to. What about over here? That's dry. We can start drawing in the front. Sappy, the devil on your shoulder. My desire to paint the petal is like super low. I need a brighter picture of this. That's better. One crank. Two crank. This isn't exactly where this sits in this image, but that's okay. And there's some sort of ratio about like the teeth in the gear. I don't know what that rule is, so we're gonna kind of just make it up as we go. So I'm gonna block in that, and that'll look real nice. And then we'll start to block in this, and that'll look real nice. And then we just have the chain to block in, and then color. think I need to make this a bit wider. So it doesn't feel so delicate, because like it's a gravel bike and not a road bike. Still think this needs to be wider. Better, I think. Oh no. Pen nib got stuck again. Oh, dang it. I think I have a backup one of these. Well, that looks nice. Let's go back to a zoom. See the front? It's looking way more bike-like. We're gonna fill that in with a brush because that will need to dry and we can work on the back part while that happens. And it's really noticeable to me in person how different the thick paint is versus the liquid, because that's Mars, or this is Mars and that's carbon. Like, I know this is Pikmin, but it has like a slight Okage vibe. There's that. We're getting there. It's just like this stuff in the chain. So I think we're just going to give the indication of cassettes. Because like that's not perfectly round, and that's okay because it will blend in with the rest of them. Because you really can't see them all anyway because they overlap. Could I have drawn those with the compass? Sure coulda. Didn't. So this gets filled in. Not entirely, but like a lot of it. Phone, you need to move not on top of the ruler where you make so much noise. Okay, so there's the outer one. See it? And then we just gotta fill in the inner ones. And then from here, a lot of this is just kind of filled in solid. So I think I'm just going to switch back to solid paint and fill that in. I will probably lose some of this, but that's fine. And what I mean by this is like where the frame sits. So I know that's a big mess, but that looks better to me. It's gonna fall the second I put any pressure on it. we're gonna have the chain come back. There, I think. I think I want a ruler for this. Okay, that's not the full chain, it's just a straight line. But now the chain is marked in there so we can see it. Also, I'm a little hungry even though we ate dinner. What I think I just want is more cake. Because we had cake the last few days. Alright, the chain is wet, so I can't scrub at that. But I can scrub kind of around it. And this part is wet too. Chaz, it was my half birthday cake. I got carrot cake. Oh wait, that's wet. Don't like that. The other options didn't sound great. That's most of the chalk. I can work with this. We have a 3-month resub from Logan D. Camp. Hello. Good evening. Alright, so the bike is mostly gray. So like when I'm like, add color, there's not much color because it's a gray bike. So like the frame is gray, and then there's a lot of black, and then the sidewalls of the tire are tan. So it's quite monotone in color. I suppose I could add like the stem, which in my photo is kind of up here. I don't know how I feel about that. I might just leave that alone. So what should I paint first? I'm thinking I should paint the tire first and kind of do this here. And then I think I should work on this mess, and then the frame, and then this mess. It's kind of my thought. You don't need to paint it gray, true. But it's my bike, and my bike is gray. I need a nice flat. Do I have a good angled flat? I do, right here. So, sidewalls are tan-ish color. What is a good color for that? Light burnt umber? Maybe with some warm tones in it because it's such an autumn scene. Paint it the color you would have if you chose your bike's color. Blue? Okay, Canyon just came out with a purple bike. It's really pretty. I think this brown is not as warm as I want it to be, and we can change that. We'll just add a little bit of quinacridone. Yeah, quinacridone. My cousin has a friend who does automotive painting, and that friend painted his bike, and it's really pretty. It's like holographic and white and very pretty. But his bike is also very expensive. All right, let's make a good base layer for these sidewalls. Thought I was going to do the tire first, but then I mixed up the sidewall color. But this is the only thing that's like really anything other than monochrome. Okay, so here's my sidewall color. It's very brown. I think I'm gonna make it slightly more orange, just so it's warmer. Yeah. So I'm just doing a base of this first because everything else has a base right now. I'm also seeing that I think I made it too wide, but that's fine. I can bring the tire onto it a little bit, like not the sidewall part. This is the only part that isn't painted also, because everything else is black. That kind of adds a lot for just being like this little stripe of brown. Now I can add value to that. Cool. So it's quite yellow. Opposite of yellow is violet. So let's put some violet on my palette. And I'm picking a blue violet because it's also quite orange, and blue is opposite those colors. So that's going to be my shadow color that I'm using. And then the brightest part is going to be kind of down here, I think. So we're just going to like darken up some of this. I should use some glazing liquid. And of course, get it all over me. That's just how painting goes. Suppose I could do a little bit of this. You can kind of see what I'm doing slightly better, I guess. I don't know. And then we're just going to add a little bit of highlights to this. Okay, I like that. It's just the sidewall. But it looks nice. So we're going to do the actual, like, tire part now. And what I'm going to do with that is I'm just going to kind of just do a little bit of like bump outs. So it's not so perfectly round. Just so there's a little bit of texture on the outside. Can we see that even? I don't know if we can. Kind of just painting this wavy edge. I'm gonna do a little bit of value on the tire too. That helped a lot. Good. So I'm just going to clean up the mess I made with doing the sidewall. Oops. And then mess that up in return. Okay. That looks good. Now we can add just a tiny bit of value there. So I'm just going to mix up a pretty dark gray. I think that might be too light. Yeah, I need a little bit more white in that, so it's just slightly lighter. Okay, can we see what I did on that tire? Up here, there's some gray on the very top. All right, so these rims have a little bit of lightness here. That's too bright. just a little bit of highlight right here. Just a little bit. Now, we can move on to what? The back cassette? Which is this mess. And a lot of that, I think I'm just going to kind of freehand. Just so it has, you know, something to it. And it's not just like a silhouette. I should probably do this guy. You come down this way. That just gives me an idea of where all of the pieces sit. Okay, I'm super happy with how that turned out, and it was just super unintentional. Love that for me. Okay, that, like, looks way better than it has any right to. How did you bring that cassette back? Aggregated Molecule says. Right? I surprise myself sometimes. Witchcraft. Surprise myself a lot. And I'm like, dang, wait. How did I do that? Can I do that again? Don't know. Okay, well that part's done. The spokes need to be thicker. They're too thin right now. They just need to be a little bit thicker. And I'm kind of avoiding doing that. Because do I want to? No. The next thing other than that is going to be the frame and then the front crank and then just blending it into the rest of the painting. So we're just gonna do this. Like, I'm already upset with that one. And I'm just like, it's okay, it's only one. It only looks bad because there's one. You gotta do the rest of them. You also can't paint on top of the cassette because you go behind the cassette. I think I may have painted them too wide. Well, let's narrow them down just a little bit. Yeah, it just needed a tiny bit more narrow. It was just slightly too wide.
Can anyone take care of it?
We're gonna put a happy snake friend. Happy snake friend can stay back out on the trail. Thank you, Star Fox. I keep painting the spokes too wide. This is a sign I should switch brushes. Halfway's about here, so I got like this much till I'm halfway. But if I switch brushes, then I may regret that. And be like, oh, I should have just stayed with the same one because I knew what I was doing with it. These are the things that plague artists. I think that's grass in the background. It's actually 25 snake skins. No more snake. I knew I was gonna hate doing these. Like when I thought about this painting and like looked into doing it, I was like, ah, the spokes are gonna be the worst part. I was right. We are getting about halfway done with them though, and they look better. 2 more. That looks way better. Let me not put my hand in front of it. Doesn't that look way better? Okay, it's time to do the actual frame now. This is where it's gonna like really come together because it's just silhouette. So I need a base color, and it's gray. I just have to decide how dark of a gray. And like I have a 50% gray, I think. I could just use that as my base because then I know exactly what my base was. But I have all this color on my palette. You are too light. You need to be darker. Am I finishing tonight? Yeah, it's been 3 hours. So I've already put 4 hours in prior to today. The background took 4. I do have a deadline on this painting. Because like there's a submission deadline and I need it to be done so I can varnish it before I turn it in. And there's other things going on that I need to not be working on this. You might be a good base. Can always add more. So my plan is to keep working right now. It's only 10. Midnight is my bedtime. Where did that little brush go? Where did that little brush go? Nope. Did I wash it and set it down? Strange. Margot. Is that too light? That's too light. I think it was this one. And I did wash that, so. I do need to make it lighter than the cassette. Because otherwise it will blend in and we do not want that. So I think we're just gonna go with this one I made slightly lighter. So like the whole bike is gray, but we're gonna have some shadows on it. And there is a little like chainstay protector right here that I should probably paint. Because it will be just like a little extra visual interest. It's becoming more gray. This would sit behind this. And this would sit in front of, or behind that too. I have a lot of paint on my brush, so we're just gonna flip this here and get rid of it because it needs to go there anyway. This music is a bit too eerie for me this late at night. Oh, it's over. Good. And like parts of this are gonna be maybe visible. If not, we'll fix that later. So that's the frame. Gray all over my hand. Right now it feels very disconnected from the background, and I'm really hoping that with some shading on the frame, and then the shadow on the ground itself, it will help it come together and be cohesive. Hoping. We shall see how that goes. Where did the Mars go? Titan, Zinc, Cyan, Sienna. There you are. So I think I'm going to start by adding highlights and then some shadows and detail. All right, so for highlights, how wet is this? This part's pretty dry. Yeah, I don't hate that, but I think the shadows are gonna really help because it's not my favorite right now. So this goes basically all the way up. Oh yeah, I don't have a photo of... this part where this all comes together. I need to see how that looks. Shoot, that's not good. Because I'm gonna get that somewhere else. All right, do you see the highlight I'm adding? Like right in here? That's where that's starting to go in. Was here earlier, no bike, played a round of Peak, and now magically a wild bike has appeared. Here it is. All right, where do the highlights sit on the rest of this? Front of here. I'm going to continue to do that, apparently. Now, I actually have a bottle cage on my bike. I have two. I have one here and then one here, but we're cutting those out because I think that would just be too much. The highlights feel pretty good. I do need to soften some of them, so I'm gonna go back into my main color. And then just kind of bring some of that down. Okay, that did good there. Now we need to do the opposite and add shadows. So I'm just going to do a darker gray, transparent, of course. And then we will do the same thing. And I might push this side a little bit more with the shadows because I need it to look, oh my gosh, a bit more in line with everything else. if it stands out enough from the background. How do I want to change that? I'm running low on glazing liquid. Probably have a backup. Yeah, that helps. I'm basically making shading gray. We have a 3-month resub from CJMon3D. Hello, good evening. I'm painting a bike. That might have been too much. It's fine. We will soften it by doing more. I think that helps. So there's like a guard that sits there, the black part right here. So I just painted that in. That's... You know, I need to move my pencil shavings because I keep thinking it's water. All right, we have chain and front gear. We're gonna do front gear first. I need to look at the pedals a bit more. So this is going to be the front one. Okay. Now it's time for the chain. And I think what I need to do for this is probably use black and then bring highlights in like I've been doing. So I'm kind of doing like a dot and then dragging and then a dot and then dragging. And that should have been in front of that. Whoops. Petal goes in front of chain, not behind. So what's going to happen as I get around these gears is we're going to lose the teeth, but that's because the chain sits there. Okay, that's just the base of the chain, which is good because now it kind of has some weight. And now I can add a little bit of detail there. I'm gonna switch back to my smaller brush. I think this would have visually been easier to tell exactly what's going on if the bike was something other than gray. And that's fine that it isn't. I think it looks nice. I'm just thinking some of the things I'm having difficulty visually parsing would have been easier if it were not gray. I painted in front of the pedal again. Okay, I think the bike is done. Ouch. So, ow, I'm hitting everything now. So I think the bike is done. So there's the bike. I did the side here and the top with the saddle, which you can barely see. So like, I think the bike is done. Trying to get it without a glare. So I'm happy with the bike. The only thing I need to do is like add something here and then like a shadow because it kind of floats right now. And like I could put like, because it says Canyon here and then it says Grizzle right here, which is the type of bike it is. It's a Canyon Grizzle. I could do that, but I could also not. Because lettering will bring your eye to that, and I think that's a mistake. So we're gonna get paint off of me, and then we're gonna pull out the colors from the ground, and then we're gonna do a little bit of shadow there. And then I just have to sign it. And then tomorrow's Tuesday, I can isolation coat that. I can also isolation coat the fall leaf painting, so that can start getting ready to be posted. And then, what's after that one? Then Wednesday I can varnish. Thursday I could put the wire on it. Maybe Friday I could put the wire on it. And then I could go turn it in over the weekend. I gotta talk to that person tomorrow. I love how I got all the paint off my hands and then immediately got more. Okay, Burnt Umber, Sienna and Titan, that's probably my colors. I don't need to do much down here, just enough. Titan. Finish painting or continue on Friday? I'm gonna finish it. I just have to do some stuff on the bottom. But I have to have it done so I can varnish it and isolation coat it, so we're finishing it tonight. This will be just about an 8-hour painting, which is pretty cool. Normally I take a lot longer. Maybe the idea of some tire impressions? Maybe. Mostly building up a little bit of the ground on top of the front of it, and then putting a shadow, because the sun is behind us, right? So we're going to do a little bit of that. Raider Dread says, I was going to say, it came together so quickly. I'm very impressed. Well, thank you. I'm very happy with it. I maybe should make more self-imposed deadlines on myself. But like when I don't, and I sit there and let my perfectionist tendencies get the best of me, we get something like the stone lantern painting. But we can get something I think is equally neat if I just do it. This is a good brush. This is a good brush for this. So I'm gonna start with a shadow color. And notice it's way too pink. Is this still too pink? Why, yes it is. See, doesn't that just help a ton? Like, it's kind of like, dang, we really needed that. We're back to scary music. Okay, happy with that. I need to do a little bit of the pine needles down there. Not a ton. Maybe just a hint of them. Just because otherwise that part is plain after I messed with it. I'm gonna have to flip the canvas upside down too. And then I don't want to highlight it as much as everything else, like the pine needles, but there should be some highlight on them. So I'm just mixing this Titan Buff and the umber. And doing just a little bit of highlight on them. That helped immensely. Tech Absol says, I was just thinking that bike needs a shadow, and there it is. It seemed a lot easier than I imagined it would be. I need to darken it a little bit. Just a little bit more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically take the color I used as the shadow, which is burnt umber, and I haven't really used any black besides the actual bike. So I'm going to take a little bit of black and then just kind of darken. And that looks way too gray. Nope. Not doing that. Never mind, we're gonna change that. We're going to do it separately with clean colors instead of these messy ones. And clean glazing liquid that doesn't have other stuff in it. Because that was the problem I just ran into. I think it just needs to be a little bit darker down here. See, I want to make sure it has weight to it, because if it doesn't, it won't sit there right. And like a little shadow helped, yes, but we need to make sure there's weight to this thing. That feels way better. Dang. Sometimes you're like, I'm done, and then you do something and you're like, nah, I was never done. Okay. I think I can sign my name. Chuck Pastel, let's see. I think this is the right side of canvas name. Yeah. I just want to check the bottom of the canvas while I have all my same colors. Yeah, I need to do a little bit of shadow here. Just a little bit. What color did I use for this? I only had 3. It can't be that hard to remix. What's happening? So I'm just doing a shadow right here, because otherwise it kind of hits the bottom of the canvas, and I always wrap my canvases, so it needs to continue. How's there a hype train at 11 p.m.? All right, I just gotta do a couple pine needles. We have Vagabond. Yeah, sure. We have 3 31-month resubs from Mr. Viperfang, Andrew in the Kitchen, and a Lost Vagabond. And a hype train. Thank you all. As I finish off this painting. Got a tiny bit of highlight on these pine needles. We have 300 bits from Mr. Viperfang. What if level 2 train? Level 2 train.
A Starkos restores 1 heart of your energy.
I could use a Starkos. I was a little bit hungry earlier. 300 bits from Aggregated Molecules. Great work! You deserve a Starkos. Thank you for the Starkos. That was too bright. Just tone that down a little bit by brushing it in with my hand. Okay. Yay, we can call that done. I'll hold it up in a second and do a zoom. But for a second, I need to wash these brushes out so they're not just soaking. Now I can go to bed. Radio Dread. I should get a nap in soon too. Radio Dread. What time is it there? Andrew, I woke up and saw Mal was still alive. Hi, good morning. It's 5 a.m. What time did I get up the other day? Saturday? I think I got up at 6. That sucked. It's 4 a.m. Should have put these brushes away. I didn't. Chaz says, Let me tell you about my Saturday. It was so taxing. I sat around and read a book. So taxing. European Gremlin Party. Almost have paint off my hands. Must have been really exhausting. I had a great time reading my book. Did I get a treat? I had cake Saturday night. I went and got my half birthday cake from Publix. All right, let's show this. Let's do the zoom. All right, I'm gonna start here because it's wet. This is the bottom. Then we have the side. So we only have a little bit of the bike there. We have the top. Let's do it this way. So you can see the saddle. It's just barely there. And I get more paint on my hands. Cool. Hi Raiders, welcome in. You're just in time to see the painting. Hashtag yes, I live like this. What, rating me at 11 p.m.? Let me go back to the wide. We just finished the painting. I was just showing it off. Hi Masay, hi Raiders. Masay, you should see this painting. This is perfect timing. There's still some chalk on this. I'm gonna erase that tomorrow while it's not wet and dangerous to try and erase the chalk. Unboxing stream, aka Cardboard Avalanche. I did a bike painting and I keep sticking my hand in wet paint. So this is the painting. Let's go to the zoom here and then try and figure out exactly where this is. So here's my painting. This is my bike. And I went out on Thursday and took photos to try and get a nice photo for reference to paint. Such wheel. Yes, Fossix, such wheel. So we finished that up. And we're done with it. And the bottom of this is wet. So we're going to set it very carefully, just like that. Fossix gifted a sub to Masay. Thank you. Katagi, malflexing with perfect circles. Here it is. Yes, perfect circles. Perfect circles. Drawn with a compass. So we're done with this. I'm really glad I'm done with this. Like I said, there was a deadline for this painting and I met it. We found out Mal needs more compasses. We did find out that I need more compasses because I don't love the compasses I have. That orange one, pink one, not that great of a compass. The math paid off. It did. Can't wait to see the painting when my eyes are more open. Yeah. Me too. I gotta take a good photo of this. Yay, meeting deadlines. I suppose you'll have to tune into breakfast stream to find out exactly what's going on with this painting, so you can like see it. And I'll talk about it on my streams too, but it's probably going in a show. Speedrun painting. All right, everyone. Thank you for being here. Masay Raiders, thanks for joining us to look at the final reveal of the painting. Sorry, it's gonna sit this way for the rest of the stream. I don't have anywhere to hang it. I'm gonna have to go find somewhere, like lay it face up on my desk, because I'm nervous about it sitting like this to finish drying. Oh, we do need to roll. Thank you, Fossix. We can roll. Thanks, Chaz. What's going on? This week is supposed to be normal. This week, tomorrow morning is breakfast stream on Steven's channel. Tune into that. Wednesday, he's playing, I assume, Bonanza. Thursday will be breakfast stream. Friday morning, I don't know what I'm doing. I will be streaming. I don't know what I'm streaming yet, because this had to be done before Friday, so I couldn't finish it Friday. So I don't know what I'm doing Friday. Something. Ghost trick. Nails. I can't do nails yet. We don't have tabletop set up. Thomas is ending, so no. Oh, quick, we gotta raid Thomas. Friday night's gonna be Mario Odyssey. So tune in for Odyssey. Thomas needs to go to bed. He does need to go to bed. Claire and Tyler? We can raid Claire. Do we have a raid message for Claire? Prince of Persia. Ooh, I played a little bit of that. I also need to stretch really badly. I need another compass. Let's go with that. So go tell Claire that I need another compass, because both of them that I have are garbage. And I hope you all have a good night. Thanks for tuning in. Sorry it wasn't Ghost Trick. Ghost Trick will come back. We will finish Ghost Trick, I promise. After we finish Ghost Trick, we'll be playing Ghost of Yote. So, ghost game into other ghost game. So I hope you all have a good Monday night, and I hope to see you in the morning. Go tell Claire I need another compass. I can't click back to my own chat, can I? I can. It's just harder.
Hi, Mal. Hello, Mal. Hang on a minute. I'm getting sands of time.
I'm getting sands of time.
Give me a second. I'm getting needlessly overkilled. I do appreciate the level of pettiness he had.
Secret compass stream. I won't be around long. I need to go to bed. Oh, good news. I'm like done with allergy shots, like weekly shots. Finally.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm on like bi-weekly shots now. So this is like the first week in forever where I don't have an allergy shot, and I'm so excited. Because I've been like really miserable lately as they've gotten to the higher doses. While I'm waiting on Claire to finish this cutscene, I'm just gonna put all this paint on my paint sheet. This sounds very Persona 5. Is my arm better now? Here I am at like, what, it's like 1-to-1 ratio or something. My arm hurts still. I had my shot Wednesday. Like, these higher level shots, I've just been miserable. And I'm supposed to see my doctor in December. And I'm gonna ask him, like, is that normal? Because, like, it hurt. Like, especially this one. I don't know. Claire's still in a cutscene. Was that it? Nope.
And now he has tinnitus.
We're still in cutscene. Alright, I'm gonna get going, guys. I need to take a photo of this, and I need to go to bed. And I will see you all in the morning for breakfast stream. Have a good evening.